Hello, everyone over on YouTube as well. So if you are on Twitch, if you look at the bottom of the screen, there's a promotion going on for the entirety of today's stream, uh, which means if you gift 5 subscriptions or more, you get a 35% discount. I get the same amount of money. Twitch just takes less. They gave me 70 hours of this promotion and said, hey, use it all by December 31st, please and thank you. And I was like, what? Huh? Huh? Okay. So, as we get into the holiday season, do be prepared for some continued discounts on subbies and gift subbies. You YouTube people, you say as a YouTube person, well, hey, at least the first step is admitting that you have a problem. But going through your latest book haul, some guides to local hiking and a cookbook on historic St. Augustine foods. Does St. Augustine, Florida? I didn't know it had a good food scene, but hey, if it does, more power to it. I do love a good food scene. Like, absolutely no shade in it. That sounds great. But hey, awesome, good for those. And Arcanist, it's good. Jakista, Wolfie, it's good to see you all. It's too cold and humid. It dropped fully like 10 degrees Celsius here from yesterday to today. So like 18 Fahrenheit. Which is pretty crazy. We do love chaotic. The absolute drama and chaos that is late fall weather. Like, not a single good thing comes from this. So... Actually, it's supposed to look fairly stable. Low 50s, high 40s, so... High single digits, low teens. Celsius? Whoa. We measure in Kelvin here. Two... Oh, do I remember it? 284 would be the temperature right now. 50 Fahrenheit, 10 Celsius. Ooh, Arcanist. Did you bring enough for the class? Because you can't do this to me. You cannot give me pumpkin pie spiced hot chocolate over text and then not expect me to demand more of it. Yeah, I know Kelvin's the same as Celsius. I just don't remember how... It's 200 and something shifted, and I don't remember how much 200 something is. $273. So I was only... Was I accidentally correct? Yeah, it's 52 right now. So 284 would be exactly correct. I am so good at this, chat. Did I remember that was the conversion? No, I was a degree off. Did I end up at the correct answer? Absolutely. I'm just good like that. Anyway, we are going to be continuing Ghost of Tsushima today. I did a couple of hours of map exploration this morning, which means I cleared up a lot of the side activities, which means we just have all stories go for the whole stream, and then we're gonna actually save our uncle this time, I guess, if we have to. He's definitely not going to be bothered that we are doing those things which are worthy of glory, and then failing to execute in attaining proof that we did things that are worthy of glory. He's going to be mad about us about one of those things. Which one? I don't know. I do know. I just disagree. I haven't been taking the heads of the people I've killed. I haven't at least been taking the proof that I killed people. I've been doing it without witnesses. Well, I've been somewhat doing it without witnesses. All the witnesses I've been doing it with are peasants. Which kind of defeats the entire purpose, because a peasant's word doesn't count for shit. And so even though we're doing things that are worthy of glory, namely charging headlong into enemy camps and then pulling out our bow and shooting everyone, we're not getting any proof of this. And that's a problem. And so I'm sure Lord Shimura will have long and brave words for us about how if we want to attain renown at Kamakura, we have got to do a better job about remembering to decapitate the people that we killed. Surprise Ancient Ireland crossover? Look, I don't think there's a time-honored tradition, and it is the best way when you can't take a photo of it in order to demonstrate that, yes, I killed this person. Because here's this person. Congratulations. Then you just have it. And no one can dispute it because that's their face. That's their whole ass face. If you just take an ear or something, that could be anyone's ear. But their face? That's theirs. But I think it's time for us to hop on in. So let me change the this input selection. Yippee. And switch headphones. And and voila. It could be their secret twin, though. You're so right, but, like, hi, I'm an identical twin. You wouldn't mistake my twin brother for me these days. Like, you could make us look very alike again. But we would have to, identical twin buddies. You would have to do some fairly significant changes, because, you know, hi, my twin brother is clean-shaven. I am not. His hair is like 4 times as long as mine. We have different styles of glasses. I'm wearing the very stealthy color of white. We wanted to be Mr. Mushroom. And so we did it. Important question, Darth. Are you the older identical twin? Because if you're the younger one, I hate to break it to you, but you are the spare parts. It was a C-section. Well, that doesn't count then. Understandable. But then that's not you engaged in glorious struggle and came out victorious. On getting to be born first. That's the doc made the decision for you. And that's no fun. That's no good. Anyway, as is time-honored and glorious. Seriously. I'm busy. Mongols, I'm busy following a fox. Like, don't worry about me. Here you are with people regularly surprised that your brother and you are in fact siblings. Hey, look. That wouldn't happen in my family for a whole bunch of reasons. There's a bunch of reasons why that would not happen in my family. Not the least of which is the fact that my parents got confused for siblings on their wedding day. Oh, yes. My parents do actually look quite a lot alike. Um, what extra lore is there? There is no extra lore to be had. Hardy, 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 har. Look, it's the solid Central European generic body type. Just shows up twice. There's only so much variation. Oh, my mom was furious. I don't know the rest of the details on the grounds if it was their wedding day. And I am the youngest. Or tied for. I am technically not the youngest by a matter of minutes. But yes, turns out that means I don't know all the details because I was not there. Okay, well, now that we've explored that corner of the map, it's time for us to go over here. Nah. Hello, random monk.
武家のお話をご存知なのは今や対馬には数えるほどしかおりません。どうかお話をお聞かせください。
今から
少し昔のこと、賊に囲まれたことがあってな。一人で戦おうとしたところ、急に奴らが背を向け、森の中。
My mom has told the whole story though, Wolfie. It's been a while and I forgot.
赤子の頃から鍛錬を始めた者たちだと賊も聞いていたのだろう。
But no, there are our fair share of family legends. But they're usually about us, one of my siblings or I did something really stupid once, and we'll never live it down. Which I feel like doesn't quite have the same oomph to it, you know? Oh, that's just the Ronin attire only. That's no fun. I don't need the Ronin attire. I just need like 82,000 supplies for no reason. I need so many supplies to finish these upgrades. Need so many. Other way. Alright. Oh, you're just up here, aren't you? No, there's crickets in the cemetery. I mean, it's gotta be important, right? To get singing crickets up in the cemetery? Darth, what do you mean who do I serve? Oh, because daimyo don't exist yet. So that's a little relevant thing. Since we're in the 1270s, the system of regional warlords or daimyo really hasn't developed yet. We're in the very early days of the predecessor of that. So the Kamakura Bakufu, or shogunate, appoints their retainers, the Jito, to be the administrators. Some of these Jito will take over the manor estates of hereditary nobility from the Heian period. Uh, those manored estates become power bases with which, as Kamakura uh, power declines and then is replaced with Ashikaga power, and then that declines, become regional power bases for independence and development into daimyo. So, by the 1400s, we'll have daimyo, but in the 1200s, not yet. Yeah, it's because I'm a mushroom.
クロードの力を信じてみんな村に残ってんだ。武士の力ではないのだな。武士とクロードさ。
Come on, why are you... Now, this is a very super... Excuse me, putting your faith in folktales is a time and was a glorious time. Exactly. And then all of the established lords murder each other in a brutal civil war, and most of them are displaced by their lieutenants. Then they embark on a decades-long civil war to run the place. It's a flawless system. I really don't know why everyone hates it. We need to help them with their struggles before we do things. Thank you. Did Rendo nobleman as Bushi? I was not listening because Winter was screaming at me about something. But they have been doing some odd localizations on that front. So, definitely maybe. Darth, no, it's definitely descended from Amaterasu. Like, absolutely descended from Amaterasu no Okami. Oh, thank goodness. What's Ryuzo doing here? Jin, what are you doing here? We've been busy. Yeah. Ah, shit. Fine. Fine. No, this Ryuzo guy definitely doesn't have, childhood / middle-aged trauma against Jin specifically. Well, 100%, yeah. Best buds. They'll be friends for a while. The Straw Hat, they could have given that name to any group that isn't trustworthy, right? I actually don't expect we'll get betrayed for a while here. That's not good.
猛虎が歌を許したとは意外だよな。上手だったのだろう。このまま浪人をやめてはどうだ。好きでやってるわけじゃねえ。刀比べで負けたからだよ。
Wow.
ああ、長尾家の刀比べ。それがどうかしたのか。覚えてるか。武家の連中が刀比べを見に来てたんだ。それなのにお前は本気で打ってきて腕が折れかけたぞ。すまん。初の試合であったゆえつい浮かれてしまったのだ。そうだろうさ。あの刀比べで地頭様の甥子に会いたがった。そんなつもりはない。生まれのいいお前と違って俺はあの刀比べで腕前を見せてどこかの武家の老頭になろうと思ってたんだ。俺のところに来れば話を通してやったものをお前に頭を下げろって。
No.
俺は一人でどうにかしたかった。なぜ早く言わなかった。なんでだろうな。
See, they're actually talking through their trauma like a mature people.
お前小松でクロードと呼ばれてたぞ。酒井様より出世した。
Hey.
どうした。お前より流し入れて不満か。
Look, we may as well look the part, right? With a red hat and a big mask and white clothes. If we're going to be called a ghost, we may as well look like one. People acting like adults in my video game? I know, it sounds weird. That being said, Ryuzo, you didn't give me one of those bell hats, and frankly, how dare you?
あいつら逃げただと。俺の苦労が水の泡かよ。捕まった手下を救うならこの数で十分。戦や病や上で死んだ奴はいても逃げる奴など弱いのだ。お前に非はない。他に逃げたい者は。ほら落ち着け。時期暗くなる。出立はできそうか。手立ては道中で話そう。
Yay.
よしてめえら行くぞ。
To be fair, Ryuzo can't even read Chinese characters, so... Good, you make a good point. A fox den. The fox den I've already done? No, it's just a fox den that's out here for no reason. Aw, but I want it. There it is. Hi, buddy. No! You make me sad. I just want a detour to go... Ryuzo doesn't respect culture.
砦に入る道は一つだが守りが固い。忍び込まねばならぬだろう。
That's what I'm taking.
崖の見張りが手薄だ。崖を登り壁を越えよう。何？お前は猿か？役立つ兵具がある。手下は任せろ。うまくいけばのろしを上げる。攻め入りの合図だ。猛虎を挟み撃ちってわけか。見ろ。やはり策があったな。
Have you met the quote-unquote warrior monk yet? No. Oh, I have a horrible fear. Absolutely horrible fear for that. What are we doing with a warrior monk already? Yay! Yay! Obligatory climbing mechanics. Whee! Ow. The exact same mechanic as from Uncharted 4. I mean, intermonastic violence goes all the way back to the Heian period. Sure, but on Tsushima? Warriors who get a little bit spicy with it, and then decide to become monks and forget that they have to stop doing warrioring. After that, absolutely a thing. 100% a thing. Monks hiring people to deal with bandits, and then going like, hang on a minute. We need you to also be monks. It's like bad juju to do otherwise. No, Math, I don't think so. There's freaking nobody here. Okay, there we go. I was like, where are all the enemies? And it's just that they're deeper inside. Easy money. True. You're so right. Supplies. I didn't kill him? That's no good. Oh, do you have the silly hat? You do. God dang it! I need to find one of you that's not dead. Okay, get your straw hats. We got work to do. What is that axe? Don't worry about it. I know the dogs count as predators. It sucks real bad and I hate it. Oh, stop. Stop. If you guys aggro on my enemies, I will be mad at you. Okay? There's nobody down that way. Two guys over that way. Well, there's nobody this way. Well, then there's nobody to react when I do that. I'm more worried about them charging in when I'm trying to be a stealthy stealth. Like, I'm not worried about, oh, are they gonna die? Because, like, I'm really not worried about if they're gonna die. Okay, so there's a stupid. Ah, dang it. He doesn't have the mask. This is what I was looking for. Three guys. There, you. Walk closer, please. Walk like 4 steps closer. So I could actually see you. Nobody saw it. Yeah. Bees. I cast bees about it. Is he gonna dead by bees? Come on, I need this guy to walk closer. No, he just almost dead by bees. Thank you. Really, the motion blur. The motion blur persisted? Alright, thank you, finally. There we go. That took some doing. That took way more doing than it needed to. But we did it. Look at how bad this is. But yes. Right? This is looks like it is inspired by Kipchak face masks. Except that they just kind of ruined it? Like, what's that brow? Why is that brow? What's this weird plate aventail that looks like you can't take on and off? Like, how are you supposed to put this helmet on? On just a very basic level, how are you supposed to put this helmet on? You're born in it. You know, I should have predicted that. Why is he reverse gripping his knife? Why is he reverse gripping? Why is his knife stupid? Why is his knife the most overwrought piece of garbage I've ever seen? Block attacks. With your block and not with your face. Exactly. Right? With the mustache, it looks so much like a Cuman mask. Oh yeah. Good job, team. Glad we helped. Yay, we got a Tonto upgrade available. Does it look like Kublai Khan's face? I don't think so. That would be weird. That would be weird even by the standards of weird game design decisions. Excuse me? Ow, my face. But yes, a very, very, very quick introduction to the Kumans and Kipchaks. Yes, they, in the early 1200s, they are enemies of and refugees from, the Mongols, moving from their ancestral homeland in the Caucasus, into Bulgaria and Hungary, being driven that way largely out of a desire to escape persecution and murder. Mostly murder. However, not everyone who was Kuman chose to flee. Some of them managed to ally with the Mongols. Some of them were subjugated by the Mongols and incorporated into various stuff. So, yeah, they, what are they doing in Tsushima? I don't know. If this feels like a really good case of we're just making generic Mongol guys, and, you know, the Kipchaks are part of the Mongol Empire by the 1270s, and therefore they're fair game. Ow. Ow, my face. Oh no, a straw hat has fallen. Oh no, another straw hat has fallen. Good job, team. Go get him. Go get him, champ. I believe in you, bud. I should believe in you all less. This is how you do it. You use the dull side of your Tanto. And it works flawlessly. And it lets you uncover everything. See? There you go, man. One of those guys got the vibe. Yeah, something suspicious. These Mongols? The historical Mongols, sure, not a problem. These Mongols? Super sus. These Mongols are just the sussest guys you can ask for. Right.
小松でユナに会わなければ
Theoretically, sure. Theoretically, maybe, I guess, sure. Do I, like, overall think so? Yeah. Like, it's so far, pushing the bounds of plausibility that I really think it's a tough one to... It's a tough one to have. And, you know, if it was an otherwise really good portrayal of the Kumans, I would not, like... I would not be bothered. Like, I wouldn't think it's a big deal if the Kumans... actually... There we go. Were portrayed respectfully or in an interesting way. That's where that sentence goes. Right? If they were portrayed in an interesting way, then I would be okay with their inclusion in the game. Even if it's as a generic enemy, even if it's geographically implausible. But oh. Is this that? No. Well, you gotta work harder than that, guys. You gotta work harder than that. Alright, thank you. Did I play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? I did. I did not beat Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but we got it well into part 2. I have almost all the VODs for that still saved. But yes, we did have a really pretty good time with that. It's such an improvement over Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. Like, let me be very clear. The Kumans in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 are such an enormous improvement over the first game that's actually somewhat alarming. The first game, they were really bad. They were cartoon enemies. In the second game, they made improvements, and I appreciate that from Warhorse a lot. Anyway, while I was grinding, I picked up a whole bunch of Mongol artifacts. The proliferation of gunpowder technology throughout Europe during the High Middle Ages has largely been due to the use of explosive and firearms by the Mongols as they pushed beyond Asia. Gunpowder also played a major role in the Mongol conquest of China. One of the most notable such weapons used in the invasion of Japan is a small explosive bomb used to injure and panic the samurai's horses. We don't super know this, like our primary sources do not spend lots of time describing these firearms, though they must have had them. But mostly the thing that tripped me up on that one was grammar. Like, what do you mean has been? It was 800 years ago. Hanging pitcher. Traditional Mongolian cuisine runs more on livestock than crops. Ayadog, or fermented mare's milk, is a drink that stems from this tradition. Normally prepared during the early summer, the refreshing beverage has an acidic flavor as well as a relatively low alcohol content. See, that's good. A paisa. A tablet given to Mongol officials and envoys that entitle them to certain privileges, as well as the use of special supply points and the ability to conscript goods and services from the civilian population. Those distributed overseas to merchants as means of strengthening their ties to the Mongol Empire. I can't tell if the writing on that is Mongolian script. It looks like it is. It looks like it is, which is good. Ayatka, a plucked zither, related to the Gujung. The other option would have been that it's Sanskrit, which would have been very peculiar. Or, I guess, it could be Urdu, but still. Yatka, the strings are made from horsehair or goose gut, and the number of strings can vary. In Urdu, a system of couriers and relay stations is extensively by the Mongol Empire. Genghis Khan in particular gave special attention to expanding this network. Yay, a gold bracelet. Mongol craftsmen fabricate jewelry and other decorative metalwork using gold, silver, copper, and semi-precious stones like agates and turquoise. Bracelets have a combination of geometric and animal motifs. Mongol battle plans. Craft detailed plans on how to infiltrate enemy territory, gather first-hand knowledge of defensive systems, road crossfire supplies, etc. They also send spies to plant dissension among enemy warlords and leaders and employ propaganda designed to convince the local population the Mongols are liberators of the poor. No? No, they didn't do that. They didn't do that last one. Chalice used for anything from mare's milk to boil. Reportedly, the Mongols are even known to fill a child with oil and toss it on unsuspecting enemies before lighting them on fire. No. Also no. Please no. Stop it. How dare... I mean, I guess, reportedly, are random, European authors who are terrified of the Mongols, writing the most absurd stories they're hearing? Yes. Is that something that they actually did? No. Why would they do that? What? Like, come on, guys. I'm sorry. Did someone attack my buddy? Alright, who's responsible for this? I'm going to kill every last one of you. This is deeply unacceptable. Like you thought I was mad before, you ain't seen nothing yet. Was it you guys? I assume it was you guys. That's what you get for messing with my foxes. Doom music starts playing in the background? Yup. Pretty much. Okay, so we're gonna go over there real quick. And then we're gonna go back in here and we're gonna pick up some stories. Because we have a lot of stories and a lot of plot to do. Yeah. The boars are gonna run down my horse. Well, those guys are unlucky. I don't get paid enough to save them. I don't get paid enough to save peasants either. I should probably think about saving peasants once in a while, huh? 2 birds?
一番手は誰だ
2 whole birds? Mm-hmm. Make a good point. I should probably think about saving peasants every once in a while, huh? Every feudal lord before dismissing the thought. Right? You know that they're having an off day. Because they're going to consider the possibility of saving a peasant. Wind chime, black powder bombs, kunai. Sure. I guess we'll do that. I guess we'll do that too. What, do you think that I'm going to... What makes you think that I'm actually going to go around saving peasants? Nothing I've done to this point suggests that saving peasants is a priority here. Nothing I've done. Exactly. If we're feeling like that, it's time to break out the leeches.
先生、巴の消息はつかめたが、今のお主ではかなわんな。巴を鬼とお思いですか。まあ、誤りではあるまい。別に恐れはない。
Okay.
知らぬ。生まれついての人殺しだ。
So why did you choose to hire her? Why did you choose to train her? Like, but if she's that evil, then surely it was just a bad idea to hire her.
恐れ知らずであれば良い味方になりましょう。恐れ知らずは獣と同じ。獣では弓を得得できません。忘れることだ。味方になりはせん。何故裏切りを。持てる技をすべて授けてやったのだが、恩をあだで返したゆえ罰したのだ。おつらかったでしょう。中山で捕虜が死んでおっただろう。あれは巴が殺めたものだ。 初めてではなかろう。何か事情があるのやも。
Now, hang on. He thought if he pointed her in the directions of the Mongols, it would be safe. True, you know? But if she's not a samurai, she's a peasant. So, I think it's comparable to if a, starving bear starts attacking your sheep. You know? You want to put it down for the good of the, you. It doesn't really have a lot to do with the, Sure, we'll just do a 5% increase to damage. That seems fine. Alright. Thanks. Thanks, bud. Uh-huh. Tame the bear sent to kill wolves.
があるかもな。
Hope it doesn't backfire. I think that's what it was.
櫓のそばだ。まずまずの出来。矢が落ちたところへ行け。
Tags have a 5% chance to just double damage.
ほら急げ。
Why?
幾人の猛虎が稽古を積んだ。人の首を的に見立てたのか。先生、猛虎です。 先生、ご加勢ください。
What do you mean I could use your help? So, Jin, do you know nothing? Like, I don't need help. Just headshot 4 of them on the way through. And that's not a problem.
なかなかの腕だ。存分に休めましたか。立ちさばきを観察していたのだ。
Bow and arrow strats effective against me as well.
ご承知でしたね。まあな。伝えなかったわけは。あれ式の敵に敗れるようでは巴には歯が立たぬからな。これは戦だとお忘れですか。戦を解かれる筋合いはない。
How many Mongols have I killed?
これからも腕試しは続けるぞ。
Ishikawa, you suck so much. This man sucks so much. That's like impressively bad.
さてさて、巴はどこへやら。探しましょう。ここに足跡が10人かそれ以上。後を追え。
All right, all right.
巴を見つけてもたじろぐな。うかうかしておったら死ぬぞ。次こそ弓をお使いに。あやつがいればな。いなかったらお主一人で十分ではないのか。無論です。よくぞ申した。
Ay, ay, ay. Ishikawa still tilts you out that's not first name? I assume it's not supposed to be a first name. I'm assuming that he's named Ishikawa Sensei because he's of the Ishikawa family.
あやつら、民を的に弓の稽古とは何の罪があるというのだ。
Well, one, two, three. Huh. Problem solving. Sorry, the bees just got really mad for no reason. Don't worry about it. What? Now they assume it's the samurai? Well, you're assuming that this is a kind of... You're gonna help? Again? No? No? Not Koshikawa? Thank you, man.
命を下してました。どのような先生がどうとか湯がどうとか聞こえたのはそれだけです。面目ない。
Look, just because you're not wrong doesn't mean you have to say. Doesn't mean you have to say it. Is there really nothing here? Is there really nothing here? Besides, oh, here's like 5 dudes for you to waste resources on. Which I apparently say bees. Apparently say bees about that. Oh, there's more arrows. Great. Give me my arrows. Okay, you did kind of a little bit do exactly that. Yeah.
菰田を知らぬゆえ水ともわかるわ。地獄であったであろう。だが次の下道を育てる気はないぞ。いかにも下道は一人で十分。巴が日吉の湯を狙っておるなら備えなければならぬ。よいな。では道場で会おう。
Okay, here we go again. I mean, we've basically taken out, like, what, 6 or between 5 and 10% of the entire Mongol force already single-handedly. Like, we have a kill count already measured in the several hundreds. Of an army that's barely more than a few thousands. So I really don't know why we're getting so worked up about how infinite and unbeatable and dominant these Mongols are. Because, like, we took out most of them. We put a, like, really, really good dent into these forces already. I mean, they're just pirates. In the sources, they're described as pirates. They're just, the word used in this book is just the pirates attacked. They act like a particularly domineering set of well-organized set of Korean pirates. And instead, we don't get any of that appreciation. To be fair, Justinian took most of Italy with a few thousand. It's not that a few thousand isn't scary. It's just that a few thousand in the scope of video games is not actually scary at all.
巴の消息は日吉の湯の内と外で人が居殺されたそう。
Oh no, not the travelers. What will we be doing?
すっかり減ってしまった。巴の仕業だと。適切な場に弓取りを置けば村の孤立などたやすい。先生が長尾家でお使いになられた平日ですね。巴は覚えが。
According to Chinese Yuan Dynasty sources, it's like basically 2/3 Yuan, 1/3 Koryo. Even though the numbers that they do are made up, right? Their numbers are made up, but it's manning the ships especially would be more heavily skewed in favor of Koreans because they would have set sail from Korea. Because Tsushima is inside of Korea.
どこに兵を置く。宿の後ろの道に。いいな。隠れ場もなければ見通しも悪い。わずかな人数で村全体を制すのだぞ。村の入り口を兵で固めてはいかがでしょう。もはや街道に人はおらぬぞ。兵を置くだけ無駄だろう。浜への道は数人で足ります。さよう。村の橋を見張る者がいるでしょう。いかにも。村の南の道は上り坂。弓を射るには最適かと。筋がいいではないか。見込みがあるな。では参るぞ。
Oh boy.
巴には他に何を。余さず教えた。長尾家を去った言われさえも伝えてやったぞ。湯に浸かるため身を引いたのだろうな。あなたの意志とは思えません。そうか。なぜそう思うのだ。女子と恋仲になり追い出されたと叔父上から聞きましたゆえ。お主のおじぎみは大層愉快なおじ。違うのですか。指南役を。
Ah, screw it. We'll fight honorably. I believe in us. Uh-huh. Okay, well, what, was that insufficient? Was that, like, did I not... We're not gonna comment on how noble and in the open I fought them all? Not even a little bit? Really?
罪なき者まで殺めて、巴は島民としての誇りまで捨てたのか。己の出自を疎んじておったということか。優しさは強みです。武士にとっても。 叔父上です。慈悲の心はあだにあらずと示してくださいました。
There we go. See, don't stand next to the bees. Like, if that's your problem, don't stand next to the bees. Goofballs. Why would you look? Why are we letting a little thing like being dead actually matter here? Like, hey, there you go. See, Tomo is more of a samurai than the rest of them. She showed up somewhere, didn't get what she wanted, and refused to leave about it. Really, that whiffed? Okay, that one I expected to whiff. There we go. Huh, that one I did not expect. There we go. Well, we done yet? No, okay. Hello, Rashkavar. Japanese defense forces should have had more bowmen. I agree. I agree. I mean, they have plenty of samurai. Yeah, but these samurai seem to believe in the way of the sword and charging foolishly with no while wearing no armor, instead of the way of the bow and arrow. And so yeah, they need real samurai. Instead, they only have me, which, despite my best attempts at cosplaying a real samurai, is not going awesome. It's not going awesome. Okay, well. Here we go again. Actually, while we're here, let's just go this way. How am I enjoying this game? I'm enjoying this game a lot. Right, we are making fun of the game gently, because it deserves it. That is not above criticism, because what is? But there is plenty of things to like. Let's kill enemies. I can't kill 3 enemies in a single standoff. I don't have the power. I don't have the charm. Aww. At least they all died fast, you know? The last memory was a good time with their buds, playing music around the fire. Really, that whiffed? How did that whiff? That went straight through him. There's a cricket around here. Darn singing crickets. Unfortunately, we're early and therefore we can't learn the true, most powerful art, the way of the gun. You're so right. It's a case for Ghost of Yo. It's yet another point in favor of Ghost of Yote. You can simply learn the way of the gun. And no one can stop you. And if anyone tries to stop you, well, you have a gun. This is why you learn the way of the gun. Like, get with the times. I'm sorry, what was it over here? Oh, it's just bamboo and supplies. Sorry, random strung up guy. I wanted your supplies. Fox! Hello, Fox! Hello. Yeah. Lead me on. Where are we going, bud? Oh, look at him go. Mr. Fox, you gotta slow down just a smidge. That was a bear. You can't do this to me. Yeah, okay, I hear you. Where are we going? You just keep running. Oh, that's where we're going. Well, there are Inari shrines absolutely everywhere, except for in actual temples. You know. Pillar of Honor. A new... Is it a new weapon set or is it just a new skin for my weapon? Hold. Because Because if it's just a new skin for my weapon, that's fine. Though I should say, I say that's fine. That's just better. Like, it's not close. Anyway, what's their new... Did we get a new one? The Aduk tree. A structure deeply rooted in Mongolian folk religion, or Tengrism. Tengrism is affiliated with all aspects of the culture, including medicine, religion, and appreciation for nature and ancestral worship, as opposed to Buddhism and Shugendo. As opposed to the name for Mongolian folk religion, Rashkavar. It's not shamanism. Tengri is the name that exists, that we could use without struggle. But like, yes. Medicine, ritual, natural appreciation, and worship of the ancestors just describes Japanese... Well, it's... the nexus of beliefs that will be Shinto. We're the 13th century. We can only talk of, like, vestiges of the thing that will be Shinto. We're getting closer. We're a lot closer to the thing that will be Shinto than we were at. But we're not there yet. Emperor Meiji hasn't ruined everything yet. Exactly. Hello. Yes, please. I would love to learn the story. So, elements of it do, right? So, right, Amaterasu no Okami, and the kind of creation stories exist way back in the 7th century. It's a Karasu Tengu? The demon is a Tengu. No, see, that's where you need Abe no Seimei to go, yeah, this man's super cursed. See, that's where you can do an exorcism. Okay, but like we could have done an exorcism about this. I'm sure Abe no Seimei could fix everything. Yeah. Yeah. Why are they all obsessed with flowers? Why are they all fully obsessed with flowers? The last guy was doing had violet chrysanthemums. This guy has blue hydrangeas. Etc. But yeah, yes, Matt, thank you for picking up where I left off. But yes, to backtrack to where we were on the concept of Shinto and its development, right? Certain elements of it go way back to as soon as we basically have writing in Japan. The Kojiki and the Nihon Shoki both describe the divine origins of the Japanese archipelago. And, so Izanami and Izanagi, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo, etc., etc., etc. Some parts of it are extremely recent developments in the time the game is taking place. For instance, the belief in the animating force of various... the idea that objects can become possessed by or can gain sentience and develop into Tsukumogami. That's a Kamakura period development. So it is new when the game is set. Other parts of it have not yet been codified, but all of this coexists with and is basically utterly compatible, seen as utterly compatible to Buddhism. In fact, the kami are clearly just bodhisattvas under local names. Trust. Is there a search area? Oh god, the search area is just freaking miserable. This concept is called Honji and shows up all over the place. Thank you for knowing the name of it. I just know the thing. But... Oh, we got ads. I will resume after the ad break. And I will instead focus on this time for myself in order to figure out where the hell these blue hydrangeas are actually leading, because I'll be honest, I do not know. It must be up this hill. Nothing else makes sense. God dang it, now it's raining on us? Listen to those kabooms. Really? Nada? Okay. Well, there's a suspicious bloody barrel right here. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything. No? No, the barrel with a guy in it is just conveniently there. Alright, welcome back from the ads with another comment from Math. Minamoto no Raiko's duel with Shuten Doji, also known as Minamoto no Raiko decides to play TF2 and equip the Tower of Hats. Is sometimes depicted as a clash of Honji, with Raiko depicting the Bishamonten and Shuten Doji Mara. That makes sense, actually. Huh. Oh,
妙だ。
I see. I
隙間
wasn't expecting there to be a Kofun. That's on me. That's on me. I wasn't expecting a Kofun and a grave robbing section in my video game.
青い花に囲まれた小島。弓はここにありそうだ。
Okay, but that's an ukiyo-e print. Okay, but that's an ukiyo-e print. You can't do this to me. Like, we're giving you incorrect buzzers as we speak. Time traveling ukiyo-e prints. It's tragic, honestly. Oh, I've been attacked.
呪いの弓を探すな。死ぬことになる。
Oh, thank you? It's a good thing it's raining, huh?
面をかぶっておった。それにあの戒め、油断はできんな。
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I figured. Further up that way. It's probably a Hoskai. What would make you think that's a Hokusai, besides the fact that freaking everyone uses Hokusai for everything? Regardless, that means that this is an 18th or 19th century art piece. Like, the idea of doing landscape prints of this nature as an art form is particularly strongly associated with some changes in the late Edo period to try and dissuade the depiction of actors and courtesans as being particularly stylish art people to portray. And so when that ban went into effect in the mid 1700s, people instead start making landscape prints. And so the high point of the floating world prints, as there is translated to, ukiyo-e, is actually a consequence of this ban, as everyone transitions. Don't fall off the cliff. Yeah, you got 1 foot in the void, but like, just don't do it. You'll be fine. Awful horse parking job. Look, we simply will use the cell summon feature, and the auto nav will definitely solve that for me. Frog. Oh my god, look at him. Chat, you know what to spam. Yeah. Hey, I've got a question, or it's like 6. Like, folks who built this, shrine. Why? Why? Oh, I didn't make it. Oh. Oh, I thought I could make that. Oh, I super thought I could make that. Oh, this is the wrong way. That's what the problem is. I've gone the wrong way. Well, heck. What do you want me to do about that? How's, like, question 6 on the list? Because, like, frankly, I've seen the churches they built in Ethiopia. Oh no! Who could have predicted this? Right. People could do some crazy stuff when they set their minds to it. But I do have to question what the point is. Besides really wanting me to climb around to my death. You were just typing out a whole thing, talking about the, churches and monasteries in Ethiopia. Look, they rule. They're so cool. They're so freaking cool. I've been to Mesa Verde. I used to live in Colorado. So I've seen other cliffside dwellings. The difference between this and one of the things in Ethiopia is that, you know, the asceticism is the point in Ethiopia. And I really have not heard of, the asceticism being the point in kami worship. Like, in kami veneration, you need to be able to actually, like, get to the spot to do the rituals in a way that is ritually clean. Those are the churches that are carved out of a giant stone, and, like, at the tippy top of the stone. There's one you have to crawl up a mountain on your hands and knees. See? Like, that's rad as hell. But it's a, religious space in which the, veneration and the, I guess, inability to reach stuff and the need to humiliate yourself in the act of climbing is all very, very deeply ingrained in Ethiopia in a way that it just wasn't in as far as I understand it, in Japan in this context. Now, do you have a path down? Or is this just a path of, screw you, I can go down a little bit? This is a path of screw you, I can only go down a little bit. Maybe? Maybe I can survive this. I can't survive this, there's a death plane right there. My god! I just decided to faceplant. But I want to get... I need to get out to the coast on that side. It's just a really difficult thing to accomplish. Like, holy moly. Well, if only I had known that path existed at the beginning. This would have been so much easier. Anyway, there. Sora did not fall off a mountain. Map an accurate portrayal of the shape of Tsushima Island? It's pretty darn close. I mean, not in the details of geography, but like this? I mean... So, I mean, they've exaggerated the inlet. But, like, otherwise, yeah. Right? And a thing very typical for this game. They just took the real thing, and they turned that dial up. And they turned that dial... Really? Really, Sora? I just wanted to jump off of the rock. Instead, you asked me to stop while I jump anyway. Well, more blue flowers. But right, so like the Mongol weapons are, you know, real weapons, or there are elements of real weapons that they then turned up to about 82. Not another one. We're doing this again? I just got here. Yeah. No. Okay. Can I have your mask, though? Like, Mr. Yamabushi. Can I have your mask? Right, Rajkavar, that somewhat worries me, to be honest. Because Hokkaido is such a gargantuanly larger island that even if they get the outline right, that may actually cause more problems. Right? I mean, it has to be. Every video game map is scaled down. But some are more scaled down than others. And there is a point where it gets scaled down so far. Oh no, guys. Do I know where the mountain with blue flowers is? Sometimes it gets scaled down so far that it's actually really difficult to figure out what the heck is going on. And you end up with sort of a hyper crunch. Right, you get a hyper crunch. And the hyper crunch is kind of an issue. What? Looks fine. Elder Scrolls, Daggerfall, laughing. Oh no! Oh, it's wiggly! Oh, he wiggles!
その弓を持てば最後まで死に取りつかれることになるぞ。
Huh. That's not the not what I expected. This is not what I have exactly, right? Only a handful of only a handful of games actually have
猛虎を倒すことが先決。それは後で考えよう。
areas that aren't scaled down. Yep. I agree. I agree. But there we go. Anyway, we are like super covered in blood and birds. But yeah, right? Doing a small area richly and well is my preferred decision. I That being said, like scaling down an area is fine. I am not mad about this. There is a point to which, well, right now it's worse in every single way. Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on. Right now it is worse than literally everything we've got. So, we should go swing by a boyar, I think. I think that's what that means. Is it's boyar time. Anyway, there comes a point where you scale down an area so far that it becomes difficult to say anything meaningful with it or to represent the kind of spaces that we want to. Oh wow, those are huge upgrades. Oh wow, those are gargantuan upgrades in damage, power, etc. But yeah, when we zoom in too, or when we kind of zoom out too far, things like Assassin's Creed Valhalla is a good example here, right? Where so many towns and other things that actually existed just get completely scrounged. For no reason more significant than it felt like it. Right? They made the map too big, so big and so developed that they scrounged it, and things that really should have existed in that space didn't. And because of that, it's difficult to navigate. like, it's difficult to navigate. It's difficult to communicate an effective sense of wilderness. And it's, yeah, difficult to view that as an interesting portrayal of the period because the physical landscape is so scrumped that the illusion falls apart. And Tsushima, in some ways, is barely holding that together. Right? Tsushima is barely holding that together. I'm worried that Hokkaido being, like, 10 times larger than Tsushima, if you scrunch it down to a comparable size map for the sake of navigation, that you're starting to actually lose information density. You know? What? Shoutouts to Ishikawa for being the worst. I'd love my half health, please. Thank you. I'm a better shot than you. Oh, okay. Good. Rashkavar, if that's what they're doing, that's awesome. Anything questionable found any that time? None. Nothing as questionable as the pharaonic mask. Well, Kumon's. We found Kumon's. Please don't. You haven't taught me shit, though. Okay, but like, you haven't taught me anything about your way of the bow. You've mostly just been mean to me. Oh, yeah, and then the ukiyo-e prints that we just found in the last act. Which were described as paintings instead of ukiyo-e. Even though they were clearly ukiyo-e. Thank you for the big arrows. Survey. Bees. Bees. Explosives. Hidey holes. Uh-huh. Shot by the half bow. How do I... Oh, ew.
奴らです。
よし、わしの弓術を解くと見るがいい。降りてくるぞ。殺せ。
一夜一冊で参る。
まずの出来だ。
造作もない。
抜かるなよ。街道から来るぞ。
お任せを。
Hello, please. Arrows? Arrows. Heck, those are just the wrong button.
お前はどこだ。
来るさ。
援軍が。
奴らを冥府に落としてやれ。
Hello? Is it? Huh. We killed a lot of people. Shot Ishikawa got him right in the shield. Right? He was kind of useless for that whole fight. Is this guy supposed to be the greatest guy ever? And Musa over on YouTube, hello. How you doing? Well, I wonder what the Nagao family did specifically to her.
弟子ではないと聞きました。どちらです？
かつてのわしは若く傲慢で無情だった。
Versus now, where you're famously none of those things.
兵を率いて謀反を起こした。敗れたものの長尾家の精鋭を道連れにしよった。
族と戦った末死んだのではないのですね。
それは長尾家を守るための作り話。
Okay, but like there's inter-clan rebellions all the time.
わしはすべての信頼を失った。情けとして指南役のみ降ろされてな。ああ、休日を失わずに済んだと己を慰めたが、見てみろ。こんなものに何の価値がある。
Suppose now where you're middle-aged, arrogant, and callous.
わしが再び弓を教える意味を知ってほしかった。結局あやつにも裏切られたがな。
広
I
巴の心も変えられず。しかし、日吉の民を救ったのは確かです。
新たな弟子と共にな。
金田の木に来てくだされ。
ああ、無論だ。だが巴の後も追う。必ず捕らえねば。
承知しました。
well. Good job. We got fire arrows out of our trouble. Hooray. Okay, so that was the end of his... That's the end of his storylines for now. Awesome. Which means... I think it's time to go from one traumatized ally to another traumatized ally. Actually, no. No change of plans. We need a break from that. We need a break from the people being traumatized. If I go helping out some folks who need to...
よし、わかった。なれど病とは気がかりだ。打ち勝てるものなのか。病は戦うものではなく、寄り添い初めて治すものです。病の話が誠ならば、
Okay.
すぐに立つ。広がる前に食い止めねば。感謝します。
So, fair enough. Epidemics are, I can bother hornets even more. Yippee, my favorite.
Yuna という女子のおかげだ。俺を浜から運んだ上、手当てしてくれた。腕の良い騎士のようで。あれほど勇ましき者は知らぬ。俺の命の恩人だ。
Uh-huh.
母を思い出します。昔、私は体が弱く、丈夫になれたのは母が作った。
Okay.
おかげでした。それから騎士を志そうと。
But, you say healers. You say healing. I hear that you're not invoking the Buddha enough. Hello? Hey, guess what? Luckily, the bees won't attack you. They're my friends. Spirits. Exactly. Yeah, see, that, yep. Have you considered invoking the Amida Buddha about it? Like, have we considered invoking the Amida Buddha and doing a,
賊を追い返せたと申すか。賊が相手といえども、堂々たる態度で丁重に頼めばおそらく。あのような連中にも通じると思うか。いえ。しかし、太刀を振るう前に穏やかに収める術を試すべきではないでしょう。
yeah.
ガテンが言った。生粋の薬師だな。
So that's not how that works, but I appreciate the gesture. These are bandits in a video game. Talking with... except for the quest where they are intentionally humanized, they're not people. They're bandits.
何事だ。息子が毒を食べちまったようなんだよ。 見せてくれ。野営を差し置くのか。手遅れになるぞ。すぐに済ませますので。仕方ない。俺も手を貸そう。感謝いたします。
Uh-huh. We're helping. What stupid thing did you eat? Was it a mushroom? Like, I'm a mushroom.
食べ物なんて残っちゃいません。
原因を探ってみよう。かたじけない。
It was a mushroom.
野生のキノコをかじった跡がこれだな。クスシに知らせよう。
See ya. Mushrooms, no mushrooms.
いかがでしたか。キノコを食ったようだ。
このバカ、なんてことを。
空腹のあまり手を出したのだろう。水苔があれば解毒できるのですが、ここにおれ。俺が取ってこよう。
Alright, back out the window I go. Whee! The scent of mildew is enough to make you gag. Yippee! My favorite. I feel very good about the wait. Back in the window we go. Man, such an asshole restaurant is being almost endearing. I don't know if he's fun to be around. He's a good character. I don't think I'd enjoy being around him. I've had teachers like that, and it's not enjoyable. Uh-huh. Lead the way. What root vegetables are we getting? You're glad Ishkan was an archer? It means he can help while far. If you can describe his archery as helping, like he wasn't really helping. All right. Well, thank goodness, it's one of the spearmen. Ow. Thank you. Did you get what you needed? No? Are you going to get what you needed? Maybe? Thank you for the arrows. The far away part is the most important part. You're so right. Far away is important. Yeah.
喜びを楽しんでいるように
Get flashy animations and slow mos.
神を守るためだ。太刀を抜くたび自分に言い聞かせて。なるほど。失礼いたしました。
I get flashy slow modes though.
に行くぞ。よし。
If you don't think that's fun,
目の前です。
I don't know what you're on about.
大変だ。妻が息をしていない。いつから伏せておる。もう子供がうちの畑に来てからです。
Yo.
口にできるのは井戸の水しかありません。手遅れだ。すまない。
Well, another poisoned well. Yay, plague.
早く来ていれば。お主に咎はない。しかし道草を食わなければ死なせずに済んだはずです。そのおかげで救われた命もあるのだぞ。毒がゆえんであると分かることもなかった。ですが、毒の出どころまでは。死んだ女が最後に口にしたのは井戸水だったな。そして病が広がったのは猛虎が去ってから。
Uh huh.
井戸に毒を仕込んだな。水とあれば病は瞬く間に広がります。治せるのか。
Cholera. Cholera. Cholera.
そういたします。あなた様がいらしてよかった。
Hi, Hans. Yeah. Wow, we wound up all the way over here from here. Thanks, game. Thanks. I don't need like 18 things. I just want to be able to move. Thank you. Okay, well. Before we start the next thing, which is right here. Yeah. I think this is... I need to stand up, get some food real quick, because I am hungry. So I'll leave you with snails. And, is there music right now? There is not music right now. So I will put on some music. There you go. And yeah, we will, you literally just got breakfast. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but I had a very late lunch, and that was insufficient. So we're going to fix that. So enjoy some music and some snails, and I will be back soon. If you're on YouTube, you have no music. I'm sorry about this. But snails on a siege ladder. Exactly. They're on a quest. As am I. I'll be back soon. Alright, welcome back everyone. I will have to stand up again in about 10 minutes because I threw some fries in and they will be done in 10 minutes. But I have myself a cracker with Brunost to fill the gap. I do love me some Brunost, and I finally had it in stock so I could get some. And I also have disturbed the beast, and so the beast gets himself scooped. Whoa, he did not enjoy that scoop. Brunost Norwegian brown cheese. I mean, it's rather descriptive. Delicious. Love it. Absolutely love it. Right, there's a lot of traditional foods in Scandinavia that, I'm going to be real, aren't very good. Luckily, Brunost makes up for them. Fabulous. So I have a refill on apple cider. We've got fries in 10 minutes. I think that puts us in a great spot to talk to our local sake dealer. Slash smuggler.
何をしておる
ちょっと厄介事がありましてね。
何をしでかした
いやいや、猛虎があっしらの飯を奪うんですよ。米栗魚すべて持ってかれてもう腹ペコ。
あっしらだとお前の畑なのか
あなたの言葉が忘れられなくて。
This has been...
百姓の手伝いをしてるわけですよ。
This seems to be...
もうこの野営はどこだ
数日に一度来ては食い物を奪って去っていくのでわかりません。
待ち伏せするか
それがですね、人質を取られてるんです。もし食い物を渡せなけりゃ。
descriptive.
手を考えねば
手はあります。お嫌いでしょうけど。
まずは見て決めるとしよう
But if it is hiding in the sake cart again... It's hiding in a rice barrel. That's worse. How dare you do this? How dare you do this to me? Fine. I'm at least gonna wear real armor.
この食料はどこから
畑や空き家から集めたり、釣りや狩りで奴らを食わせるために頑張りましたよ。
そもそもお前はなぜここに
あなたの仲間だと知られてから、どこもかしこも危なくてね。偏僻なとこなら安全だと踏んだんです。
Our uncle will wonder at this point why we smell like sake and rice. Yeah. Maybe we should sit in an onsen instead. Though, sitting in an onsen is not bad. Then he'll wonder why we were sitting in an onsen instead of doing anything. Oh, nope, it is sake.
お前の策とは奴らを怒らせること
Better than fish.
この大きさなら人がすっぽり入れます。鎧を着た勇ましいお侍でもね。
俺よりふさわしいのは調子のいい酒売りであろうな
Music's still playing. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you for that. I had completely spaced that I had done that.
誰が戦うんです？あっし？あなた？
お前とおるといつも何かに入る羽目になるな
名案でしょ？
It does still work.
お前の息と同じ匂いがするぞ
まだ酒が残ってましたかね。高い様、来ましたよ。あ、そうだ、全部やる。ほら、
持ってけ。マスターモリガン。待て待て。あれはミヨ。ミヨは俺の馬。俺のナダマタス。モルピクニックボスト。あいた。
Well, tragic.
何して。ミヨ。おい。
Could be having a barrel of fermenting sushi. Yeah. Yeah, we could be. That'd suck. But you're right, we could be. Now,
まさかうまくいくとはな。
for a certain definition of work, everyone be cool. See? Well, it was a good thought until it didn't work. Nope, that one. Exactly. You know, those silent assassins. Silent assassinations. What's up, guys?
信じられん。助かったぞ。
Proper counter to Pike's a height. Yeah.
ケンジに知らせてくれ。ケンジ？あの野郎、今度会ったら一発殴ってやる。どういうことだ。すべてあいつがまいた種なんです。猛虎と取引しようとするから。ああ、酒井様。さすがの腕前。ケンジ。バカで間抜けで飲んだくれのダメ男め。ここは俺が。訳を話せ。猛虎に食い物を売ると言って、藁と木くずをやってみたんです。
Oh boy. No, 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 no.
まさか気づかれぬと思ったのか。こんなに早くは思っていたよりすぐにバレて。渡さないと殺すって。人の役に立てと焚きつけたのが間違いか。いや間違いだなんて言わないで。役に立てます。ただ練習が足りなかっただけ。
Is that what we're going for? I mean, he's a bit confused, but he got the spirit. And hey, look, there's the alarm for my air fryer. So I will be back again in just a schmidgy bit of a moment. Genji, I was sipping hot chocolate. Don't make me laugh while I'm sipping hot chocolate. Oh no. Oh no.
猛虎に殺されずに済んでよかったな。すまなかった。助けになれないで。助けだと？米食って喉詰まらせろ。おっと、また余計なことを言ってしまったみたい。体に火をつけて猛虎の火薬に飛び込め。
I see what they mean by helping. Until these streams, you didn't realize that the common through line in this game was everyone sucks at their jobs? Well, I don't think that's quite true. It's like half true. Right, so there's the through line of all of the samurai with the traditional way of doing things suck at their jobs. Kenji, we're going to give a pass on the grounds that he's doing a career change. And like, after you do a career change, obviously you're going to suck at it for a little while. Obviously, that's just a necessity. Does he suck a little bit more than average? Yes. Are we going to hold that against him? Not too bad. From sake merchant into smuggler with a heart of gold. It's a very specific. That's. Hello. Please don't swing a sword while I'm standing right here. He's got the heart of at least gold-looking brass. Yeah. Yeah. But Rashkavar, I tend to fry my fries for a little bit longer than it says on the tin, because I too like the crunch. And works every time. Good LinkedIn connections with the island's only other samurai. It's true. You're so right. Ow. Hey. Really? Really? How did that work? There is no universe where that should have worked. Well, you know, if they're gonna let it work, then I'm gonna take it. But like, jeez. So that was the entire first ship cleared. Turns out there was absolutely nothing of note on this ship. Second ship, going to on paper be a little bit more challenging. On paper. God damn it. What quest are we doing? We're doing, like, in the very, very southwestern corner. The guy whose daughter got kidnapped. Everyone seems uncomfortable with how much murder we're doing. You know? To which I say, think about how much murder we're not doing. We could be doing so much more murder than we've been doing. This is us showing restraint. You wish we could snatch that halberd? It looks really good, except that it's incorrect. Musa. Like, on the one hand, yes, I vibe with it. And I would love if we could use Naginata. But, there is... they just add a axe head to a Chinese G to make it look more like how we expect a halberd to look. Without us kind of acknowledging and paying attention to, you know, the fact that it's wrong. Okay, well, with all of those done and all of those done, I believe that only leaves, all of the Masako trauma as side quests before we get back onto our main story. And actually, like, rescue our uncle. He's fine. I'm sure he's fine. Hi, I re-dyed your armor. I hope that's okay. Yeah, we definitely known for our charms. Yep, yep, totally. That's us. Jin Sakai, known for his charm. Along with his ability to read Chinese.
手を貸してくれるなら、
知ってることは全て話しました。
八郎が船を運びたならば、どこかで貞夫と会う。うかうかしておったら政子殿に先を越されるぞ。
どうかお助けください。
そのためには俺が二人を見つけねば。
There are? I've not seen any that look normal so far.
心当たり
I mean, if there are.
考えてみます。
忘れてはならぬぞ。貞夫は人を殺した。
Oh my god.
すぐに戻る。
That's how we're persuading her? Doing the exact same thing as what Moscow's doing? But it works for us for some reason?
隠れ家を思い出させておるところです。
何を見返りに
歩きましょう。
声が届かぬ場所までな。
貞夫を助けるとヒナに話しました。
できぬ約束をしようって
ヒナの信用を得たかったのです。
嘘をついたのだな。
救えるならば救いましょう。嘘ではない。
失敗したらどう弁明するのだ。
貞夫の罪は深く、政子殿の裁きに物申す気はないと。
Oh. Dang it.
館のあらゆるもの、家族が死んだ夜を思い出させ。
あなたの親里にはどなたかいらっしゃるはず。訪ねてみては。
兄は数年前に死んでしまった。
Big weird spike on the other side still makes it bad.
金色の帯で見分けるのがやっとだったがな。
思い出させてしまいましたね。
忘れることなどできぬ。
Yeah, that tends to happen, Musa. Like, that's another very common thing. Because you need to keep turning up the dial on the design. And that means if you start at historical, it's all downhill from there. And when you start at fantastical instead of historical, then it's all really downhill from there. Well, that's not good. Well, guns, 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 guns.
足跡があるはず。
Huh? What do you mean this is a search area? There's a footprint. There's other footprints.
こっちだ。
Aww. But I like shakuhachis. I mean, yes, it would be funny. This dude, I deeply respect the bit. But the shakuhachi is one of the flutes I don't have yet,
なぜヒナ
and I would like one.
貞夫から遠ざけるためであろう。
すべて筒抜けであったか。
我が館に向かう道中で姿を見られたからな。
あえて見せたのでは。おとりに使ったのですね。
貞夫が来ると踏んだのだ。
その挙句にヒナが死にました。
殺したのは裏切り者だぞ。
仕向けたのはあなたです。
There we go. Look, is the problem of doing a 13th century setting?
一人分、資格は一人で乗り込んだのか。ヒナが死んだ今、生け捕りにせねば。
Right? is that you cannot have guns. I mean, the Mongols can have something that can.
殺させるものか。
Well, heck.
血が止まらない。深く切られた。こんなところで死にたくない。血が止まらない。助けて。
Yeah, you picked the wrong. Like, you didn't think.
サダオの弟だな。
なぜヒナを殺した？
逃がそうとしたんだ。だけど兄さんのために固くなに動こうとせず、そしたら叫ばれて、だから仕方なく。
サダオはどこだ？
悪いな、兄さんを裏切るつもりはない。
Aw. Well,
死んではならぬ。あやつの居所
Well
を吐け。
政子殿。ヒナは無駄死にでした。
犯人は我が一族を皆殺しにしたものだ。諦めてなるものか。
八郎は文を届けていた。もしかすると。
maybe there's a crackhead. No?
何かあったか。
I just started. Details of the supply routes Hachi traveled. Well, there you go.
旧路の地図です。
Just have a map. It solves our problems.
サダオがいずれかに隠れておる。一番近い野営のまとめ役に話を聞く。この地図の意味がわかる。
あなたは
ヒナを埋めてやる。せめてものなさ。後ほど野営で会おう。
Yay! Well, we got another technique point out of it. That counts for something, I'm sure. Well, this game definitely has the
栄を束ねる層に会えと言われたが、八郎がもう地図を読めるのだろうか。
notable dilemma. Give me more flaming, or give me more heavy arrows.
また来よう。
The sort of notable problem of being overleveled. Like, I just literally don't have that many techniques left to learn. And we're at the end of Act 1. You have tons more stuff to do. Explosive arrow, yippee! And I guess we can just deflect arrows. Just screw that. Then parry unblockable spears. Love that. Off we go.
純真。まさかお主とここで会うとはな。
ご用件を伺いましょう。
You.
に詳しい。
野営のまとめ役です。
この地図に心当たりは。
食料を届ける者に渡しているもの。流民の野営の場所を記してあります。
Uh-huh.
もしやこれは血。
すべてお主が束ねる野営か。
有明では同胞が殺し合っていると聞きますが。
無実の民が食い物にされ、足立家の女子供も殺された。裏切り者を裁く。
Notably, this is of course a bad thing because Clan Adachi is rich. Let me be quite clear on that.
上がり時代が記してあります。ここに野営はありませんが、噂
噂では賊に乗っ取られているとか。
賊ならば良いのだがな。
雅子様がいらっしゃった。お声をかけてあげてください。
Uh-huh. Yes, Winter? Yeah.
侍が殺してるって噂だ。何か分かったか？
サダオはかがり火台におるやもしれません。
あれは足立家が有明のため建てた。恥すら知らぬ裏切り者め。
奴には手の者がおるゆえ、我らのことも知られましょう。
いいさ。迫る恐怖に震えながら私の到着を待つがいい。
行きましょう。
This, I assume, is the end of the...
来い。サダオはなぜ裏切りを？
私が奴を咎めたからだ。米を盗み飢えた民を売っておった。
クタで米が足りないゆえんでしょうか。
証明はできぬ。村はひどいありさまであった。
万兵がおります。
腰抜けは隠れておるか。サダオ、首を洗って待っておれ。
Okay, but that's like a lot of people. How did that... How did that not work? Give me your arrows. Oh, hey, buds. Glad you all showed up. Well,
殺したのですか？雅子殿。
problem solved, I guess.
私の慕う者を全て殺した。だがなぜ
Look, chat, we ain't petitioning to Kamakura for this one. This is staying out of the report.
菰田の浜で死ねなかったこと、私も悔やんでおります。勝ち目のない戦に自ら身を投じたのは、それが
Okay?
たやすかったから。
ではなぜまだ生きている？
守るべき民がおるからです。そして討つべき仇も。
サダオが死んだ今、黒幕は私が生きていて探しておることを耳にするだろう。恐怖に震えていつか尻尾を出す。
I don't think we're helping her. We're enabling her trauma to become more traumatized.
後には引けぬぞ。
Because that is a part of... That's healthy, I think.
者も見つけましょう。その前に叔父上を助けねば。
では金田の村で待っておるぞ。
I think. Oh no, I don't live in a warrior society, so Yeah. I don't see a lot of obvious solutions here. Okay, that leaves us with like one thing left to do, and that's way the heck up there. So I propose we go back to where this all started. Go like, wow, this place sucks. And see how she's doing on the beach where her husband and sons died. You know, a definitely normal, healthy place for someone who's been deeply, deeply traumatized to want to go visit. So we're just gonna go here and make her even less well. Dang it. Fine. Fine. I'm gonna kill all of these guys. Gonna kill all of them. See, both of those guys have the bad weapons. Ow. I have to try harder than that. No, that just leaves the one leader. Wait, the leader didn't aggro? When I just said, hey, everyone come fight me? Incredible. Incredibly funny. Now, can I observe you, or is it just time to go in here? It's like it might just be time. It might just be time to get going. The longbows does not mess around. Like the longbow just did one shot, an extremely high level enemy. Like, probably the strongest dude in this camp. Probably the strongest dude in this camp, and we one-shot him. Okay, where's the there's like one or two guys left. Like, I'm not even that much acting like being all that stealthy. It's just, it's a lot easier to be a stealth archer than it is to, or it's a lot more efficient to be a stealth archer than it is to really get in there. And there's at least two guys left, so, Okay, where's the rest? Huh? There's a guy up there? Okay. Point taken. How did I miss him? I don't know, but I'll keep that in mind. Oh, I'm out of arrows. Yeah, don't mind me. What? There's still our guys around? Where? What? I just came from there. Okay. No, this is fine. Everything's fine. Then we go over here. Well, there's a Mongol artifact in here. No, there's a record. Okay. Good. Stealth archery is stupid easy, not to mention very satisfying. Exactly. I agree wholeheartedly. Oh, I have wound up past where I wanted to go. Which is this question mark. It's the pedestal, the pillar. Sword weapon, skin. Genbu's darkness. And now, with that accomplished, we can run down here. Back down to the beach. We charged straight down this way. Right at the beginning. Now please, elaborate as to what the hell you're doing here. Yeah, that's understandable.
夫は見つかったのだ。二人の息子がまだ。
対馬の武士らしいお働きでした。
最後の地を知らぬか。
いえ、戦は混乱を極め。
They had pachas.
失うほどでした。手伝わせてください。
No, it's just aesthetics. I actually have no idea if the kamikaze is going to like actually show up and be relevant here, or if it's just gonna exist, or if we're just gonna like pretend that there isn't a typhoon that wrecks the Mongol ships.
だがなぜ一人落ち延びようとしたのか。
すべての老頭が主の敵を討とうと勇んでおりました。逃げることなく。
良いことを聞いた。皆忠義を尽くしたか。一族の旗を見つけたら知らせてくれ。
Wow, there's an awful lot of these banners just around. You guys got smoked.
こちらへ足立家の旗
The guys seem to have gotten smoked on like every.
浜を進んでいた様子
ならば我らもこの方角に進むぞ。
Every opportunities.
菊池家の旗
こやつは見たことがないが、姉の夫も仕えていたが、
兄君も近くにいらっしゃるはず探しましょうか
今はいい。息子らを探すのが先だ。
堺家の旗だ私の馬
Oh no.
私は死ぬところを
申してみろ。
叔父上に救われました
その恩は返さねばな。おかげで生き延びたのだ。悲嘆するな。
Yeah, you know, that actually makes sense, Musa. That in the Jin becomes the storm.
年老いた父親に代わり戦に出陣した。
肝が据わっておる良い息子だ
だが我が子はどこだ。長尾家の武士。
弓の名手を抱える一門でした
右に出る者はいなかったな。
先生さえご出陣くだされば
Would that have? I don't think one person would have mattered here. I'm going to be real.
志村家の旗だ。
この先は岩場です
ここにも。氏影。息子らの良き友であった。最後までそばにおったはずだ。
ではこの近くに
行くぞ。猛虎の袋も置き去りか。
無用ということです
What the? Oh. Ugh. Well, that's not great.
重里。重成。かような扱いがあるか。
That's not great.
下ろしましょう
館に残っておれば妻とこの隣で眠れたという
有明へは遠く危険な旅です近くに埋葬できる地があれば弔うこともできましょう
かがり火台。幼い息子の遊び場だった。今は猛虎の手にあるのだ。
ならば奪うまで
かがり火台はこっちだ。二人はかがり火台が好きでな。遅くまで戻らぬときは
Mm-hmm.
決まってそこにおって星を眺めていた。
良き母ですね
そう自負しておったが、二人の子が先に行き、母が残るなど、これほどの無念があろうか。
Woof.
母上を亡くした時私も己を呪いました
しかしお主は幼く、母君は病。お主にできることなどなかっただろう。
Well,
それが事実
Rajkavar, that's not.
慰めに
That's only half true.
そうだな。
Right? Ended the invasion before it began. When the 1274 invasion, they did land on Kyushu with several thousand people. Right, they did manage to land and do raiding and skirmishing back before.
貴将ども、覚悟するがいい。
Correct. You understand completely. Good God, that didn't kill him. Alright, fine. Ow. Sure, but the defensive force raised in Kyushu is also only several thousand people.
ご用心を。
Is it big enough? I don't think so. But I also don't think, right, we talked about this a little bit last time, but I really don't think the goal was, at the end of the day, to actually take over. Right, it seems very much the case that the focus is instead on demonstrating that we could take over if we felt like it. To force subordinacy. But yeah, right, the term in the Japanese sources is just pirates. And,
その様子です。
yeah, they don't seem to be describing it in terms of, well, let's go here and actually, like, take over.
ようやくだ。
Right? We don't need to beat you, we just need to prove that we could beat you. So that way you'll actually, like, submit to us diplomatically. And then we can trade with you to get resources that we would like to do things in Southeast Asia like we actually wanted to do. So, but yeah, right, my read on the sources is very much not that it was actually intended to take over.
声でした。
Sure,
母君は安ら
they were winning. Like, they were able to land and take over Dazaifu, or at least do a major raid on Dazaifu, the largest administrative center on Kyushu, before
誰と言いま
Kyushu could actually
いさせてくれぬ。
summon its levies
ご無事で政子殿。
and get everyone gathered to fight back. So, right, I mean, Kyushu... So, right, defeating Kyushu, right, defeating Dazaifu basically obliterates Kamakura's ability to administrate the entirety of Kyushu. That's all it takes. And Dreaming of Infinity, thank you so much for the watch streak. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. How organized is Japan at this? Sengoku is several hundred years later. But, at this point, Japan's actually pretty well... Right? So, we need to exclude Hokkaido from this discussion. Because Hokkaido is not part of Japan in this period. Hokkaido is Hokkaido. However, Honshu has been pretty thoroughly unified. Right? Administrative, and so Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu are all one thing, right? The capital, the de facto capital of the empire is at Kamakura, near modern Tokyo. The de jure capital is Kyoto, Heian-kyo. The administrative center of Kyushu is Dazaifu, near Fukuoka. Hell yeah, you have a degree in history, so watching someone play games and discuss history is great. I love that, and it's what I'm here for. Am I supposed to be doing something? I got distracted. Was I supposed to be doing something? No, it seems like that's done. Yeah. Okay. So, right, administratively, we're looking at something fairly slow. Because petitions have to be sent back and forth from Tokyo to Fukuoka. Which is quite far. Maybe Bo? No, I think we just have to, like, walk away. Cool. Well, job's done there. And we have a Boyer upgrade. We got a lot of upgrades. Oh, I don't want a guiding wind. I want to just teleport. Show. So. Where were we? Longbow, more damage. Just, yeah. Give me infinitely more power. That's fine, that's good. So. Administration is, for the most part, reliant on just letting each section do what it needs to. Like, so the central Bakufu, right, the shogun, in Kamakura, is going to just let you it's just the Ronin attire. I don't care about the Ronin attire. So, the Bakufu is appointing administrators who have a personal loyalty to Kamakura. These are known as the Jito. The Jito fill the role that the provincial governor did in the previous centuries, which is to say that they are actually running the thing. Now, the Jito are a notable step up on the provincial governor in one important respect. Because the center of power is no longer the imperial court, and instead based on actual personal relationships, the Jito are marginally, not wildly, but marginally, more likely to actually be in the province they were assigned to govern. The provincial governors of the Heian period are, like, never there. And so you're looking at, like, the second or third junior assistant to the governor, who is the actual de facto decision maker on the ground, on site. That being said, we still often have Jito not around. So, within that whole setup, we losing Dazaifu, or having Dazaifu be successfully attacked before they're able to rally a defense, is a mark of the inefficiency of this governorship, or of this system of organization. That they're actually having trouble rallying the Jito, or the Jito is having trouble rallying all the samurai and their retainers to come around to actually build enough of a force to do something. That being said, once push comes to shove, and the army gets together, Mongol sources say that the Japanese mustered like 100,000 soldiers on Kyushu. This is laughable. This is super duper laughable, given that most samurai would have 1 to 5 retainers with them. We're really not looking at very many people. Right, maybe 10,000. The Mongols say that they have 23,000. This is also laughable. It's hard to get a population estimate at the time because, you know, who cares about peasants? Who cares about peasants? In older periods, we are able to get better records because there are censuses done every few years for the purposes of taxing. That being said, the set of censuses stopped in the mid 900s, or stopped in the early 900s, I should say, and so it's like 300 years out of date, which is a big freaking problem. That being said, let's see, 1250, potentially as many as 6 million people across the entirety of Japan. Kyushu is going to be one of the more densely populated ones, because Kyushu has been inhabited for a very long time, and Dazaifu is quite large. But, yeah, turns out, just 100,000, right? 6 million for the country is probably a decent ballpark. So Kyushu is maybe 1 to 2 million of those. Alright, Wolfie. Thanks so much for hanging out. Have a good rest of your night. The mainland, you know, the other island. It's time to go. Castle Kaneda. We are before Ashigaru. We're getting close, but we are still before Ashigaru. Right, you can still conscript peasants. Let me be quite clear. You are still allowed to conscript your peasants. They just aren't professionalized in the way that Ashigaru are. Bro, that's dishonorable. You need to let him commit seppuku with dramatic poetry. Come on. That exists already.
みんな揃った。 菅笠衆は待つ。
いや、先に小屋で待っておれ。
Yeah. Oh. Not quite that bad. Sometimes that bad, but not always that bad. No, we should probably actually wear, useful armor. Wear a mushroom that can defend ourselves.
ご家政、叔父上もお喜びになります。
我が一族の仇討ちはしばし見合わせる。
弟子の巴を追うのもな。地頭をお救いするのが先決だ。
お二人がおれば手軽に。まずはご支度をじきに仕掛けます。
待つとするか、後で会おう。
お主の弟子、敵に寝返った時。ざまあない。
今はよせ。
年がいも
だから酒は好かん。知ってるだろう。
堺様、もう一度言ってみろ。
Yeah.
タカ、
You have 400. You could make that 459 tonight if you weren't a coward.
姉の反対を押し切ってご分を祈りに来ました。
お前は何しに来た？
一人酒はつまらなくて。
良い酒を残しておけ。叔父上を救った暁には宴を開こう。
それじゃあ極上のものを。
Well, I think that was.
潮時です。
I think that was everyone. All four of them.
叔父上をお助けいたす。
菅笠衆が誰一人来ておらぬようだな。
しかれども、これ以上は待てません。
策は終わりで、酒井殿。
私が鍵縄を使って忍び込み、のろし術を破壊します。皆は大手門を破ってください。
Exactly. Right? So our uncle Lord Shimura is the Jito of Tsushima. So he's been appointed by Kamakura to be the administrator of it. It sounds like our father was the administrator before him.
叔父上を救い、大手門へと戻り退却しましょう。
死にに行くようなものだ。
討ち入れば負けます。闇に乗じて忍び入るのが肝心なのです。
さながら雇うか。
それがクロウド。
叔父上がお待ちです。いざ城へ。
We're going to sneak.
立派だったや。うまくいくと思う。
行かせる。
Well, yeah, like these Mongols just aren't that scary.
皆のもとへ行け。城の中で会おう。
気をつけるんだよ。
Look, these guys just aren't that scary. Right, in this case, he seems to be here less because he really feels
救います。
a great affinity for Tsushima, though he does. But because we need Shimura to exist as a questionable stand-in for an entire largely fictional-ish mode of understanding the purpose of a warrior. Oh, those are... I have heavy arrows equipped. I should not have heavy arrows equipped right now. But right, if he was at Kamakura like he frankly should probably be. Sneak. We're so stealthy. There wouldn't be anyone to tell us that what we're doing is bad, even though it's it's not really in any way, shape, or form out of the question. Like, even though what we're doing is really not that far unusual for samurai, this game gets stressed if we aren't having weird, frankly, kind of weird amounts of alarm and fights with our uncle about what the point of doing any of this is and whether the methods justify the results. Right, because our uncle made a huge deal about how we ought to behave with a certain amount of honor and look our enemies, look our random peasants in the eye when we accuse them of stealing rice and execute them. Look, it's important to do that. They might get ungrateful otherwise.
のろしずつまず万平を倒さねば。
This game was kind of... I mean, the game wears its... yeah, that's something we've really not talked about that much, but it is probably worth acknowledging. Right, the game does... one... where it's... influence from the films of Akira Kurosawa. Quite... really... really. I went into a building. I went into a building. Alright.
こたびは我らが使う。
ここを抑えねばなりませんな。不意打ちするか、または突き破るか。
お主が決めろ。
So, well, you saw nothing. So yeah, the game wears its Kurosawa, right? The game made a big deal about being inspired by Kurosawa. It has this Kurosawa visual mode, all that stuff. I'll be honest, right? Well, I'm not familiar enough with Kurosawa's films to really feel confident in saying much with them. I don't agree. I really actually don't get a lot of the... Ow. Visual style that, I actually expect, or the narrative tightness that I narratively expect from a Kurosawa film. Right? Those are narratively super duper tight. and super duper chores. And so, yeah, you know, Rashkavar, I think that sums it up really, really well, right? It's not so specifically Kurosawa, right? Specifically any Kurosawa film, so much as it is the general concept of Kurosawa, like post-Kurosawa pop samurai. I think that's a very good summary, because it is the pop Kurosawa of the dramatic, right, the dramatic shots of the Tsuba, and the dramatic standoff that inspired westerns, and all of those aesthetic things, and then, yeah, not really engaging with Kurosawa's own opinions on just what the purpose of being a warrior is, and how utterly toxic the entire system is to everyone around them. Did the G's get better? Hang on, wait. Where did we get a good G? Because if I saw a good G, that's news to me. I see a bad Da Dao. I see an okay Dao. I see an incorrect G. Hang on, is this supposed to be the good G, Musa? Is this what you mean when you say the good G? Because that's not the good G. That's a G that they slapped another G onto. That's two G's. And then whatever that is. Right? So that's where the whole, I guess, conflict that they're setting up here of, oh, Jin doesn't actually talk or act like a samurai. Oh no, this is awful. Like, just doesn't... It just doesn't... It doesn't make sense. Because it only works if you assume that, you know, Japanese warriors, right, that the Japanese warrior elite were in any sort of substantive way more honorable or more interested in honor and a specific behavior than, you know, than any other warrior group. And that's just not true. Right? I mean, you certainly see elements of this. Oh, heck, I whiffed. Excuse me? Look, he may show up. right before it matters. He may also show up right after it matters, on the wrong side. Either option is fine. Zran, which is an excellent movie, but being a King Lear retelling, it kind of muddies the water a bit. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's also a thing that's relevant. Right, Kurosawa loved adapting other media. Like, he is not worried about...
私はよく覚えておる。
この高さから落とされたんだろう。よく生きてたね。
確かにな。
門が閉じてる。
門を守れ。俺は他の道を探す。
he is not particularly,
向こうに渡れそうだ。
interested in making his historical stories, significantly more dramatic than,
だからすぐに門を開けてくれ。
right, I guess he's not worried about the Japaneseness of his stories. If he sees a story that he likes, oh, that man is making a movie about it. And so, you know, the association of Kurosawa stuff with being, oh yes, here is such a dramatic and a perfect example of Japanese filmmaking. It's like, this man made a King Lear adaptation. This man loved Shakespeare. This man was probably, I don't know this for sure, but he was probably thrilled when the spaghetti westerns got a hold of his stories. He was probably not even a little bit worried about that. Well, do I have a good solution here? You're too slow. I don't know if that was a good solution, but it was certainly a solution. Nope, I need bombs. Aw. That one. They did a great job with that. Wanna come down here? Thank you. Ow. 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 Hey, get back here. Hey, are you feeling okay? Does Eddie think you're feeling okay? Hello. Hello. I guess that answered that question. Yeah, that's quite a famous one. Right, the Kurosawa blood spray is because the blood pump malfunctioned. And it was such a complicated setup, they only had one option, or one take, and it malfunctioned on the one take, and it turned into one of the most iconic, like, visual moments in cinema history. And we love that for us.
待たせるね。
備えろ、万兵がおるぞ。
Like, we love that that's an option for us. Bad project a very personal sense of honor into an era where it's less did I do the right thing and more of am I perceived as performing my social class well. Oh, that's such a good summary. Oh, that's such a good summary. Because you're right. It is absolutely not about am I honorable. It's am I doing my social class correctly. And so the goal is to have the training to do your social class correctly. And, you know, Lord Shimura says some of these ideas, right? And you see glimpses of this, right? That a good warrior should, or a good samurai should be able to compose haiku. Well, not haiku, but should be able to compose poetry, right? Being well-studied and knowing poetry was how you proved your status in the Heian court, and therefore it's how you gain legitimacy as a samurai, trying to make your name in the court. And then after they supplanted the court, well, you still learn poetry because it's the thing that is done. It's just... Oh no! Who could have predicted this?
仲間が腹をすかしてんだ。叔父上をお助けすれば召し抱えてもらえる。お前も武士になるのだ。
Yes. Tea ceremonies are later.
戦のように。龍蔵、おじごにはお前がいる。あいつらには俺しかいない。
Like, they get codified in the near the end of the Sengoku Jidai, with roots in the Muromachi period. Look, but if you think you're the one who's going to make this quick,
友ではないのか。もう昔の話だ。
if you're think the one who's capable of making this quick,
まだ間に合うぞ。
hurry har.
お前もな、クロード。
Just hit the perfect parries, you know? The drama.
龍蔵まだ間に合う共に故郷を救おう
The drama.
今じゃもうこのもんだ龍蔵侍だ侍がいるぞ
Well, we'll have to fight him again later. He didn't die. We didn't decapitate him on camera. Therefore... well, nope. We got a free hat out of it at least. I want the bell hat. I don't care about the rest of... I don't care about his hat. His hat's merely fine. I want the bell hat. Oh well. Oh well. Hey, good to see you.
答えよ志村殿はどこだ
Good to see you. What about the monk basket hat? Isn't that the bell hat? The one? Oh, you mean the one that's like shaped like a Japanese bell instead of hat with the flared brim? That's also acceptable. Any of the monk hats are fine. Any of the monk hats of our Buddhist monk hats that completely cover the face are fine. I mean, we're also a mushroom right now, and that's pretty good too. That's a nice wall. You like that wall? This wall's a print. This wall isn't a painting. I'm like 90% sure this wall is not a painting. This wall is a new Kyoei print. So we give that one a 3 out of 10 anachronistic, but beautiful. Well, yeah, that works, I guess. It's a good thing that they don't have nightingale floors in these yet. Oh, wait.
叔父上、ジンです。
ジン、急げ。奥様らいの方。
We'll just blast through his guard.
叔父上、
信じておったぞ、ジン。さすが正しの息子だ。
この身を尽くします、叔父上。立たねば。
ハーンは豊玉に狙いをつけ、北へと向かった。残されたバンプイは、我ら二人に太刀打ちできる。
火星もあります。城を取り戻せる。
共に勝ち時をあげるぞ。
A painting looks inside, it's a print. Exactly. Anyway, big pagoda castles like this don't exist yet either. Probably. We don't really have any surviving.
バンペイドを始末。さあ行くぞ。猛虎を買ってやろう。
お供いたします。
Heck. Excuse me? I don't agree. Fine. Honorable? Meh.
政子殿、無事であったか。
お芋のおかげです。
そなたを救うと言い通しておった。無理だと突き返したが、こたびは心得違いであったな。
ありがたきお言葉。
皆が無事でよかった。多くの同志を失ったがな。
一族も
Yuna doesn't even get acknowledged.
敵を討たねば。すべての対馬の武士のためにも。
追手が来るよ。
我らにかなうものか。続け。死んでいった対馬の武士の仇。政子殿、一人も逃がすでない。石川先生。皆の者、よく働いた。城は取り戻した。
Voila.
ご采配の賜物です。
お前がいたか。
Voila.
王子供の花を明かし、コトゥンハーンに印象を返すとしよう。見せつけてくれるわ。武士の意地を。
Yeah. He's insisting that somehow we're not fighting like samurai. And I really don't get it. I continue to really don't get it. Really, you don't have it as a... Oh no! Oh no! He's gonna burn our things. Oh no! Oh no!
同胞がくたびれ、飯も食えず凍えている。門を開け、助けてやれ。
Oh no, our retainers! Oh no! So this is a very cursed, right? The guy who's a friend, former ally, who was forced into a path of atrocity, and watching him slowly decay about this. That feels very Kurosawa. A lot of the rest of this very much does not. But yeah, he sucks. Sorry. Oh, you know.
志村様が探してる。ハーンが城を奪ったらしいね。
竜像を信じたばかりに。
みんな測られた。
残ってくれたのだろう。
Fool is a strong word.
まあね。
褒美について叔父上に話してくれ。
Good. Okay. Something.
そこなら資格だよ。
Okay. So, here's.
島を出たいか。
私の居場所はないから。
お主がおると助かるのだが。
志村様がいるだろう。何言ってるのさ。
猛虎は兄弟だからな。
So, here's a part where we should absolutely be getting punished for our bad misdeeds earlier. Because remember how I've been saying that we should have been taking heads this entire time? Or at least like scalps? At least something. And we should make sure that people are witnessing everything we've done. We've been, in fact, no proof. Because now that we've kind of resolved the most immediate threat, Lord Shimura should be writing a report to Dazaifu. Dazaifu is going to be 1, rallying troops to send to Tsushima, and 2, forwarding that report to Kamakura. That report should detail who performed with valor, when, why, and how. So, Yuna will be able to give us a bunch of information, or get her reward here, because no, you're coming with. No, Yuna. Yuna, you're missing the point. You need to make the petition for your own reward. I can't do that for you. I was just saying how we should be doing this. We should, like, you come with, you present your case, and I've been with you at most of your fights, so I will speak to your valor, and then my uncle will give you a horse or something. I don't know. We probably still have some horses. We'll figure it out later, okay? And then if we don't like the report, or we feel like we did not get our results, we will have to travel to Kamakura to present our case separately.
必ずや藩を討ち取り、竜像も成敗。奴らの首を城壁に掲げてくれよ。お前には期待しておるぞ。
無論です。
捕虜になった時、お前の所業を聞かされた。そのやりようは非道で。
No.
誉れはない。
No. Fearless.
仕方なく。
Not above our station.
感謝はしておるが
and often quite well thought out.
道を歩もうとは思うな。我らは民を導かねばならぬ。まずは島を救おう。武士らしく。
Again,
ユナの件ですか。
lying like a dog is completely samurai.
あやつの望みは無事に本土に渡ること。
船を一艘やってもよい。我が城を取り戻した暁にな。
See,
ありがたく存じます。
now,
半時後に立つ。
hang on.
しました。
Now, hang on.
話を聞いて回るか。
What are you working on? Battle plans? Battle plans. Ay, ay, ay. Right. So, while we're running around here, let's talk Bushido. So literally just the way of the warrior. On paper, this is a code of conduct governing the sort of philosophical elements of martial prowess. So to quote from, we're going to quote from the Encyclopedia Britannica here, but let me be quite clear exactly how silly this is going to get. Okay? So the idea of the code developed during the Kamakura period, as did the practice of seppuku, ritual disembowelment. At the time, the Minamoto family established Japan's first military government, led by a hereditary leader called the shogun. The precise content of the Bushido code varied historically as the samurai class came under the influence of Zen Buddhism and Confucian thought, but its one unchanging ideal was martial spirit, including athletic and military skills as well as fearlessness towards the enemy in battle. Frugal living, kindness, honesty, and personal honor were also highly regarded, as was filial piety. However, the supreme obligation of the samurai was to his lord, even if this might cause suffering to his parents. It goes on to talk about the Edo period, Bushido, and the ways it became influenced by Confucian thought emphasizing obligation. But there's a trick here. Most of the popular summaries of Bushido are from a book called Bushido, the Soul of Japan, by Inazo Nitobe, which was published in 1899. So there is a lot of back projection from this extremely late period that cherry picks earlier sources about military ethics in order to construct a 800-year-old honorable military tradition emphasizing personal honor, a lack of treachery, and sort of the obligation to a very narrow path of piety. In the 13th century, none of this exists yet. What we do have, right, are Minamoto no Yoritomo emphasizing frugality as something virtuous, and so the idea that even a castle would be relatively sparsely decorated. You would sit uncomfortably, you would have a very thin mattress, etc., etc., etc. And you also have a focus on fearlessness, right? The obligation is to do things that will earn renown. Past that, doing whatever it takes to put you in a situation wherein which you can earn renown. Is fine and good. Additionally, instead of getting worried about, everything going south, you can instead just rely on you have good armor. So the actual lethality rate is extraordinarily low. Right? It is actually super rare for someone to get seriously injured or die in battle. Because this armor is really good at stopping arrows and really good at stopping swords. And the arrows from a Yumi are not wildly high powered. Like, they're not super duper high powered. These are arrows that are going to cause minor lacerations. So, because video game combat here, with that Kurosawa dramatic, Kurosawa doesn't care about his fight scenes. Well, I should revise that. Kurosawa cares really heavily about creating a short, intense, high drama fight scene. And then everyone else everything else is just building suspense that releases in incredibly short lethal fights. This game has taken that idea and just said every fight is super lethal. And so you're killing 15, 20 guys a fight. And so, we just have... In historical reality, you're way less afraid of dying because way fewer people are dying. And there's a reason. Minamata no Yoshitsune, forced to commit suicide. Minamata no Yoritomo, retires to a Buddhist monastery, dies of more or less natural causes. Oda Nobunaga, forced to commit suicide. Right? Forced to commit suicide happens a lot because if your men have broken and fled and you are alone, you're not getting out of there. But also, they're not killing you on the battlefield. They're not killing you on the battlefield. Because in the context of a battle, it's actually hard to kill them. No, it's not. We are serving as witnesses. We are serving as witnesses. Hey! There we go. Brutalizing the peasants. Brutalizing the peasants. I'm telling you. So yeah, Lord Shimura is the lawful stupid rendition of samurai warrior ethos. Yeah.
言葉を学び叔父上を生かした。その狙いは本土を攻める折の助力を壊れた。褒美は富と権力に女だ。まさか鎌倉を裏切れと。あの侮辱だけでも生かしておけん。時にユナとはどのような女子だ。勇気と忠誠を備え腕も立ちます。なりわいは野党だと聞いた。卑しい身なれど義を知る女です。やすやすと心を許すなよ。龍蔵のことを忘れた。
Hey, don't bring that up right now. That's a sore spot.
味方が頼むに足るかを知らねば。私がお支えします。ユナも。かつてこの島は混乱を極めた。そこに秩序をもたらしたのは
Was it?
他でもない我ら
Was
の
it?
武士だ。民に見せねばならぬ。我らが島のために戦えることをな。
I love the way to just drink the nationalist propaganda.
殿下の鎧を受け継いではどうだ。私には時期尚早かと。亡き父も喜ぶぞ。
Way to just drink the military propaganda on that one. Saying that the samurai definitely 100% brought order to places. That definitely didn't cause the disorder, which they then solved. No.
この匂い、燃える木とムクロ。枝物め。伊豆原の村もここまでではなかった。わしに逃げられた腹いせということか。残る畑を守らねば来たる冬は乗り越えられぬ。どうにかせねば。もう子供。騎兵がいます。押し通れ。
Hey, how dare you? That's what you get. Oh, they're a lot stronger. Oh, they've gotten a big ol' upgrade. Exactly. How dare he do that? Did I attempt to do cavalry charges? When this is not the right time period for cavalry charges? Yes. Does that make it my fault? Absolutely not. I take no responsibility for my actions. Hey. Hello, please target. Well, that's gonna hurt. Wow, that's a gunman. Ugh. You just tanked a cannon to the face. Shimura, you just tanked a cannon to the face. How? Good job. But how? Anyone got any arrows by any chance?
猛虎の大群が来てるよ。早くも持ってる。
逆手に取ってやろう。
弓を構えて。
Do you have arrows by any chance, though?
皆殺しだ。
来ないようだ。
Face of steel, all great. But I'm wearing the mask. Wait, I thought the mask was the face of steel. Wait, hang on.
大義を分かってくれたか。
私はこの島を出る。タカも一緒に。
まだ済んではおらん。参るぞ。かがり火台の火を灯し、金たぬきの勝利は始まりに過ぎんと猛虎に示す。はあ、待っておるがいい。
Okay, okay. I could still use some arrows. Anyone?
くれたのだな。
見事な足止めであったぞ。
当然の行いさ、志村様。
お主のような武人が多くおればいいのだがな。
その目を開かなけりゃ見つけるのは大変だろうけど。
No. Those are bows. Those aren't arrows. There's arrows. Give me all of this ammo. There we go. Finally.
申したいことはそれだけか。我らはかがり火台に参らねばならん。
槍川には兵が大勢いる。壁が抜かれてなけりゃね。
かつて槍川家の反乱を収めた。わしは恨まれておる。
知ってる。あそこで育ったから。
だから盗みがうまいのだな。
ユナはとても口の立つ女です。助力するよう説き伏せられましょう。
よろしい。堺と共に兵を集めろ。
Uh-huh.
さすれば本土への船を調達してやる。
弟も一緒に。
元槍川で待っておれ。
恩に切るよ。
Yeah. 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 This man is doing his absolute best to be unlikable in the beginning of Act 2 here. It's quite impressive. Yay!
ハーンに見えるでしょうか。
見えるとも。
志村の城を取り戻しましょう。
そして猛虎を撃つ。誇りある武士らしく。
You're really insistent on this idea.
里に戻り、殿下の鎧を手に入れ。
You're really insistent on this idea.
手につけ。わしは将軍様に援軍を。
Yay, we're gonna write a petition to Kamakura.
来るのです。
わしの知り人を頼らねばならん。
What? Goro Majima?
私が探しましょう。
Pyro Yakuza?
宿営で待っておる。
In my video game?
くれぐれも用心しろ。必ず生きて戻れ。
酒井様、牢に捕虜がおりました。僧兵のようでお話をしたいと。
僧兵だと承知した。
Oh no, a warrior monk. Oh no. Tell me more.
酒井様、おかげで命拾いいたしました。
そうだと聞いたが。
杉寺です。菰田の剣を耳にし、猛虎と戦うべく馳せ参じました。
Okay.
しかし、この地で会えなくも。
Okay.
なるほど。何があった？
不意打ちに遭い、生け捕りにされ、土牢に押し込まれました。飯もなく、一寸先も見えぬほどの暗闇で、まずジョーゴンが連れ出され、あやつの怒号が聞こえました。ほどなくして悲鳴に変わり、そして人が
Wow.
匂いが。その後、奴らはついに私の兄、援助を。
援助？守り手の？そのような最後、たけきそうだったが。
良き兄でした。
お主は？
ノリオと申します。
What? You want us to leave and you want to send a petition. It would be reasonable to include him. To send Yuna alongside so there is a reason why you can't do that. And it's a problem that Lord Shimoda I don't think is adequately dealing with. And that is sending a petition to Dazaifu. And it would not be directly to Kamakura. Sending one to Dazaifu. It'll matter who's carrying the petition. If it's a nobody who's too poor to do anything other to have his own retainers with him, that petition's not going to get looked at. Like, this isn't about what you know, it's about who you know, you know? And if you're a nobody and can't, it doesn't matter how much stuff you've got.
6人が入るかという大きさ。
いいえ、10人以上いました。
少し歩こう。見せたいものがある。豊玉からの旅路。どうであった？
櫛寺は無事です。赤島のクス市の村も、麦谷も猛虎がかかっていると聞きます。
So, the point there is, Yuna is probably not going to be a great fit here. Send at least a known retainer. If there are no surviving retainers, Jin's kind of our only option. But send a known retainer, because your signature, right, and your authorization in the written document is not going to be enough.
杉寺の僧たちならばおそらく一日で召集できます。火星により皆で猛虎を海へ押し合ってやりましょう。
亡くなった兄君や僧兵、皆の仇を取るぞ。
敵討ちではなく平和のために戦います。
Alright, well, Norio has a Naginata, and that's fun and cool. And, I wish we had one. I wish we had a Naginata.
クス氏を救うため赤島へ参ります。
I want to not. Can you tell me where I can get a Naginata? I mean, this is a ridiculous Naginata.
クス氏だと言われています。
赤島で会おう。
That's a ridiculous weapon. The Naginata should have a blade that looks a lot more like, this. But that's fine. Learning about Lord Shimura having a smuggler pirate contact started getting me to think he's the sort of person who thinks it's perfectly honorable to make other people do dirty work for him. Uh-huh. Exactly. Right? We have a code. That code applies to us. That code does not apply to everyone else, which means that we can bully them into doing our work for us, and then because we didn't do it, our hands don't get dirty. The warrior way. Anyway, we're getting close to wrapping up for today, but I did want to pull up here the text of Bushido, the Spirit of Japan. The contents, right, without going into all of this. I don't need to go through all of this, but, justice, courage, benevolence, politeness, truthfulness, honor, loyalty, self-control, the importance of the sword, the position of women. Uh-oh. Do I want to know? Do I want to know? So this is, right, when it was saying, when it is, remember when we had the, what's it say, the, funeral earlier? It's like, oh yes, your father's sword is in here, and I was like, huh? It's just literally taking that. The katana wakazashi should never leave his side. Yada yada yada, yada yada, yada 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 yada. Blah blah blah. They talk a lot here, don't they? They're spending so much time. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Thank you. That doesn't help. Anyway, it does say, hey, they learn to fence, and they get kaiken, which are like a short knife. But you'll tell, if you're reading any of this while I'm scrolling through, you will tell or be able to see that there are a lot of classical Western references in this, which is quite on purpose. Like, Bushido is constructed as a thing or codified as a thing for a Western audience. It is never codified fully and elaborated fully for warriors to study from. And as a result, you end up with this system that has a lot of sway in the Western, or in Western imaginations of Japan, that just doesn't show up with nearly the same intensity in Japanese media. Now, this isn't entirely due to a lack of effort in the 19th and early 20th centuries. There is effort in Japan to use Bushido as make it into a thing, right? It's not a thing. They try really hard to make it into a thing. And a thing that applies up and down the all social classes. It has, success at doing this. So, this is an invented tradition, and watching Lord Shimura just fully lay it out here according to this, is just really kind of silly. That being said, I'm not entirely sure what tenets of Bushido he thinks we are violating. I feel like it's probably this, because we like hide and assassinate people instead of looking them in the face, with a little bit of this. But and then this just vague concept of honor. What does it actually say for honor here? Let's check on that. Honor. Sense of honor, implying a vivid consciousness of personal dignity and worth, cannot fail to characterize the samurai born and bred to value the duties and privileges of their possession. Na menmoku guaibun. The reputation. It's reputation. Yeah. Yeah, okay. This is just family reputation. The sense of shame seems to be the earliest indication of moral consciousness of our race, yada 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 yada. Fear to grace was so great that our literature lacks such eloquence as Shakespeare, nevertheless hung like Damocles' sword over the head of every samurai, seemed a morbid character. And if honor deeds were perpetuated, we can find no justification in the code of Bushido. At the slightest negative imaginary insult, the quick-tempered braggart took offense, resorted to the use of the sword, and made many an unnecessary strife was raised and many an innocent life lost. The story of a well-meaning citizen who called the attention of a bushi to a flea jumping on his back and was forthwith cut in two for the simple and questionable reason that inasmuch as fleas are parasites which feed on animals, it was an unpardonable insult to identify a noble warrior with a beast. Say stories like these are too frivolous to believe, yet with the circulation of such stories implies three things: that they were invented to overawe common people, that abuses were made of the samurai's profession of honor, three, that a very strong sense of shame was developed. Right, so this is the big one. I guess Shimura is conflating the concept of honor as behaving with respect to other people's dignity, with some shades of, you look an enemy in the face, right? You do not flinch away from them. If you're doing things, then it's a problem. Hello, Folded Paws. You just found this game and your mind is blown? It is a very good game. Hello. I'm a historian, so we're exploring Japanese history as part of a big series on this channel, because though I'm a historian, I am not a historian who knew a ton about Japanese history. And so we're doing some learning together. So I was just talking about Bushido and how Lord Shimura is advocating as doing things the samurai's way. Complete invention. What we're doing is a little bit swinging too far the other way. Right, a little bit too far. Smoke bombs and stabbing people while there are no witnesses are problems. They're problems. But they're not problems because they're shameful acts. They're problems because you cannot win renown for behaving in that way. Right? So when he writes that petition to the shogun for reinforcements, we are not getting mentioned as killing 8,200 people. Even though we did. Because we forgot to get witnesses. And that is a stain upon our family legacy. We are not climbing the social circuit in Kamakura for that. And that is how we are failing to be a samurai. Not an innate immorality of our methods, because frankly, our methods are pretty mild. Frankly, our methods are not a big deal. But we're not going to get told that. And so here we are. Act 2, Retake Castle Shimura. Welcome to Act 2. Oh good, Izuhara is under attack. Our underhanded tactics are frowned upon because we're not showy enough, exactly. You understand completely. Right? We are not running it down mid and then not failing to even hurt somebody else when doing so. Oh. Oh. I see. So we need to contact the Shogun for reinforcements. We need to get to Yarakawa. We need to get to Omi Village. Then Castle Shimura. And then presumably the last castle's up here. So it's not that going unseen is dishonorable, it's that only being seen do you gain social points, and your job is to gain social points. Exactly. No, I think that summed it up really, really, really well. Right? Everything good is a consequence of being seen and having friends who will vouch for you. And if you're not getting vouched for, then you may as well not be even doing the thing. So anyway, we suck at our jobs. There's what, like 4 guys? There's like... These aren't even Mongols, these are just bandits. These are just bandits. What's even the point? Oh yeah, free these farmsteads, free our people, do all sorts of stuff. I guess this isn't technically our spot. This was just the old camp. Yeah. Right. Right, on the gameplay level, full deposit, I'm totally with you. Like this game is so fun, and the stealth mechanics are so well integrated into the overall space. Unfortunately for these guys. I'm gonna need to try they're gonna need to try a lot harder if they want me to stay up. You are here to learn the history, so thank you. Well, that's what I'm here for. So welcome on in. Yeah, I'm just delighted you found your way over. I hope you have a good time. I hope you have a good time with this game too. Because, well, I will sometimes meme on this game. In some of its sillier bits. It is from a place of thoroughly enjoying this game. And right? Exactly. Honor as moral uprightness, and honor as reputation. And yeah, they really, really only give a shit about honor as reputation. Well, I don't even think that this is being a stealth archer. Okay, that's maybe being a stealth archer. That one was maybe being a stealth archer.
よくぞあの志村様をお救いくださいました。ありがとうございました。
さあ早く逃げよう。
Wait, there are more hostages around? Okay. Sure. Where? I don't know. Well, there's at least 2 enemies up there, so that's gotta count for something. Oh, I whiffed. I didn't whiff that time. Like, you cannot say that I am being dishonorable and stealthy for using one of the weapons that we are expected to be constantly training in. Uh-uh. You cannot say that.
祈りが通じたようです。
道中気をつけよ
Notably, now one area where Lord Shimura is without a doubt acting more akin to a samurai than we are, is the fact that Lord Shimura is notably not the one running around actually helping people. This is historically accurate. I'll leave you to deduce my feelings about that. Okay, but like where? No, seriously, where? There's like none enemies left. Right, there's the hostage there that we freed. No. Don't do that. I mean, it probably would have been good to let them do that, because I have no idea where the hell I'm supposed to be going. Oh, there. Found him. Really? What? Huh? What key? What? What? Wait, I don't know. What? We appear to have wandered into a mythic tale completely randomly. How? I don't know. But we did. I just doing things as they popped up on the map. $8 steel. That's a lot of steel. Yay. There's a new location, right? Like... Oh. It's a legend storyteller. I don't care about those. That's multiplayer. Why would I care about that? Come on, guys. I guess these 6 villages each give me a key to a variety of things, and then we get a reward for doing it. I guess. I assume. At least I assume. And we'll leave it at that. Everything became very green and colorful, right? Look at how pretty this place is. Isn't it nice when it's not busy getting burned to the ground? Ignore all the ships out there. They're not important. Okay? They're not full of anything. Yeah. The birds lead us to good views. We're at least still composing haiku, though. Should we be? No, we should be composing waka. But we can compose haiku anyway. But anyway, this is, I think, a great spot for us to wrap up. Because we've been going for 5 hours, and that's enough time. Need to stand up and move about and get food. So thank you all so much for hanging out with us today. It was real lovely to have you all. We will be back next weekend. And full deposit, thank you for the follow. So on Saturday, we are going to be joined. We're going to have more Seance of Blake Manor. If you like, people seem to really, really like it. And we're going to get Emmett, Dr. Emmett Taylor, back on for more of that. And then, you know what's better than having one friend? Having 2 friends. So Arcanist is going to be joining us as well for that. And we're just going to have a whole party. We're going to have a whole party full of 3 of us on stream hanging out talking Irish history and the history of magic and occultism. And then 1 week from today, we'll be back with more of this. I'll do some off-camera stuff, clean up those villages, all that stuff. But it's going to be real lovely, and I am super duper excited for it. So, I think that about wraps us up for today. And yeah, we're going to let y'all get going. Have a good rest of your evenings. Have a good week until I see you next time. This dude with the cheeky sub right at the end, to Rashkavar. Super duper appreciate it, my friend. Alright. If you're on YouTube, we'll see you later. If you're on Twitch, we'll see you later too. Time for the credits, and then we'll get on out of here. Bye-bye. And of course, thank you to our patrons who do make all of this possible. Their names are on the side of the screen. If you want to join them, you can check the description on the pod. Thank you to Full Deposit for the follow, and to this dude for gifting the sub to Rashkavar at the last minute there. Really lovely of you. So again, everyone, have a good rest of your night, and we will see you all again next weekend. Bye-bye for now.